Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. Also welcome to In Deep Sleep if you are watching this back later on the other channel. Today we are looking at Sauron. It's been a while since we've done a dedicated Lord of the Rings stream, so I thought we would come back in with the biggest antagonist and bad guy in the entirety, I will hazard to say, the entirety of fantasy fiction. As always, I'm going to base this on questions from my patrons. I've got whatever comes up on the chats as we are going through. But let's start with just a little bit of background to who Sauron actually is and what he did through the ages. So, first of all, Sauron is not his name. At least that is not his original name. His original name is Myron, which means the admirable. He was given the name Sauron later. Sauron means the abhorred, and it's sort of like a little play on his original name to show that he'd moved from being admirable to being abhorred. And he was one of the Ainur. He was created before the creation of the universe as we know it, before the creation of Middle Earth and Arda. He was one of the pre-created beings, which were very broadly into sort of tiers. We get the top tier, the Valar, and then the second tier, the Maiar. Sauron was among the Maiar, though one of the more powerful among them. Those Ainur, those pre-created beings, they played their role in creating all of Middle Earth, singing things into existence. And then once they'd seen it, and once Eru, the one true god, had made everything happen, because he was the only one with the ability to make things actually happen from nothing. Once that had happened, then Eru said, who wants to go down there and just like be in charge of this new creation? And Myron, Sauron, was one of those who went down. Now, the high-level history of this early bit of what happened here with Middle-earth was that we have one of these Ainur, the most powerful, Morgoth, who rebelled. And he is, if you're looking for a kind of a Lucifer figure within the Legendarium, this is who he is. And he broke free and he opposed everything that the Valar, who were there to be running things, organizing things, preparing the way for the children of Ilúvatar to be born. He opposed them. He wanted to rule Arda himself. And he tempted others within the Ainur to fall and follow him. Now, some of these we know. The Balrogs we know. One who eventually fell also was Sauron, but for a while he did not. For many thousands of years, probably, he stayed as part of the Maiar. He stayed there amongst the Valar on the side of the good guys, and he was very well known and very respected. He kind of fell into this camp within the Ainur. Then the Maiar all kind of like coalesced around the Valar that they felt most akin to. So some perhaps Manwë, some Yavanna, perhaps. Sauron was one of those who felt akin to Aula, the smith, the craftsman. And this was what Sauron was really passionate about in his early days and moving on later. We see this as a theme, obviously, all the way through his life. He crafted the rings. This was one of the things that he did. So he was there, and the character we have for him is that he was probably the most powerful of those who followed Aula, but he loved order. He loved everything in its place. If you imagine, I mean, Tolkien obviously worked at higher levels than this, but if you imagine like the kind of the craftsman who's there and in wherever it is they're doing their work, all of their tools are arranged very neatly on the wall, everything in its exact place. He loved order. He liked things exactly as they should be. He liked to control his own environment. And slowly, over time, we learn that he started looking over to Morgoth and comparing Morgoth to the Valar. And the Valar, they kind of liked freedom. They kind of gave people space to express themselves, to do their own thing, which wasn't very orderly at times. Sauron looked to Morgoth and he saw somebody who got stuff done, somebody who had a vision and did it, and if anyone opposed, got them out of the way. And slowly, very slowly, Sauron fell. For a long time, though, he stayed with the Valar, he stayed with the Maiar, and he acted as a kind of spy. Really, he was Morgoth's man there in the camp of the good guys. But eventually, he did turn sides and he went over to follow Morgoth. This was, for those who know their ancient history in Tolkien's world, this was after the lamps were destroyed. The two lamps, the first main source of light that we had there, the two lamps were destroyed by Morgoth, and the Valar sort of like withdrew. They retreated, is probably the most honest way of putting it. They said, okay, Middle Earth, that big continent, we'll kind of let Morgoth have that for a while. And they retreated over to a new continent, a man over on the sort of to the west. And they built up these big walls and they sort of said, okay, well, we're waiting now for the children of Iluvatar. We're waiting for the elves. We're waiting for the humans. While that's happening, the creation, we'll just kind of let it be. We'll let Morgoth do his thing. And it was during that time that Sauron moved over to Morgoth's side, and he became the commander of Angband. Angband being the fortress of Morgoth. So then the elves. Oh, in fact, actually, I've got a quote here that I'll probably just to give you a context for what Sauron was like in that time. Tolkien said, Sauron was become now a sorcerer of dreadful power, master of shadows and of phantoms, foul in wisdom, cruel in strength, misshaping what he touched, twisting what he ruled, lord of werewolves. His dominion was torment. So that's who Sauron was. He had turned from. He still loved order. He still loved things being how they should be, but he'd moved more to the darker side of that. But then the elves appeared. The elves awoken the firstborn of the children of Iluvatar, and we've relatively recently discovered through the Nature of Middle-earth book, Sauron was the person to discover these. And he told Morgoth, and Morgoth was trying to turn the elves over to his side. But of course, the Valar discovered them and said, hey, elves, come with us, come to the Blessed Realm, and started this huge exodus of the elves all the way across to the west. And they started again this war against Morgoth, which it took a long time, but they won. Morgoth was in chains, and they imprisoned him for 3 ages. So, what happened to Sauron? We don't know. They couldn't find him. So Sauron seems to have spent that time hiding in Middle-earth. Not the last time. He will hide in Middle-earth and nobody can find him. That does seem to be one of his special skills, being able to hide in Middle-earth. But then we reach the first age. And the first stage of Middle-earth is when, if you remember, this was all kicked off by Morgoth. He was released from his chains, and he, along the way, he managed to destroy the 2 trees with Ungoliant, and again, the world was cast into darkness until we get, along with the stars, the sun arrives, and the first age is born. Sauron comes back onto the scene. Morgoth, his master, is there once more, and Sauron becomes his most trusted lieutenant, his right-hand man in everything that he does. And through that, he starts off being this kind of commander of Angband, but then he gets given a more a roving brief. He takes the Isle of Tol Sirion through this age, and as a high-level history of the First Age, what we have Morgoth in Angband, who is there kind of in this really long siege for hundreds of years. And then he breaks out. And for the next couple of hundred years after that, it's this long, slow battle where he takes elven refuge after human refuge, one after another, until finally we get the Valar themselves intervening. During that period, Sauron takes on a lot more of a roving role, and he takes this island of Tol Sirion, and he turns this into what's called the Isle of Werewolves. And this kind of plays into this idea that we'll see this a couple of times over the course of the next few years, is that he's a lot more kind of fluid in his physical form during this time. Much later, he loses the power to be able to change his physical form at will. But here, this seems to be something he can just like click his fingers and change his physical form. He can take on the form of werewolves. He can take on. There's a version, an early version of the character that Tolkien came up with, where he was the king of the cats. He's a vampire at one point. He can become all these different shapes, and he also. Morgoth sends him out on these missions, one of which is to kill this human hero called Barahir. If the name is vaguely familiar, Barahir, it's the ring of Barahir that Aragorn has all those years later. That's one of his ancient family heirlooms, which has been passed down to him, the ring of Barahir. But anyway, Sauron hunts him down, and Barahir dies. Barahir's son, however, is this guy called Beren, who you may know from the legend of Beren and Luthien. Kolnitsky asking why Castle Black is in the background. That's an excellent question. I spotted that just a moment ago. It's because I forgot to change it. Sorry, I should have had a Lord of the Rings background to this one. Castle Black's there. I hope you enjoy the picture. It's nothing to do with Sauron. Mea culpa. So he then gets told to kill Beren, and he does. Beren and Finrod. Finrod being he's a great character in and of his own right, but he is the brother of Galadriel. And Sauron captures them both, and on this Isle of Tol Sirion, and they're in disguise. For various reasons, they're in disguise as orcs. He knows they're not orcs, but he doesn't know what's going on, and he kills the companions one after another, until he finally gets to Beren and Finrod. Finrod dies, but then Luthien, Beren's lover, and Huan, the best boy, the best dog in the entire history of the world, arrive on the bridge. And Sauron has to turn his attention to them. Now, Luthien and Huan are indomitable people, basically. She is half Maya herself. Her mother, Melian, is a Maya, so she's incredibly powerful herself. Her father is one of the kings of the elves, so she is an astonishingly powerful character. Huan is the hound of the gods, so he is, again, hugely powerful. And Sauron, after dispatching wolves and all kinds of things to try and take them out, eventually he himself goes. Huan defeats him. He changes again, until finally he has to flee as a vampire. So that is pretty much the last we see of him. And for the First Age, until the very end, when, as I said earlier, the end point of this First Age is that the Valar, they send the Flus to the Valar. They get Eärendil begs them to come and help out, and they do. And most of the Valar come over, and they eventually defeat Morgoth. Morgoth gets captured, all of his army, his commanders, they get defeated. Morgoth himself gets thrown into the abyss, outside of space and time. Sauron hands himself over to Eonwë, the herald of Manwë. So not Manwë himself, not the king of the Valar, but the Lord of the Valar, but his herald. And Eonwë says, "Okay, it's good that you're repenting." For that is the word that is used. Whether he meant that or not, I did a whole video if you're interested in that. But that's certainly the impression that he gave to people. It's good that you're repenting. However, you need to come over and face Manwë yourself, because Sauron was kind of a big deal. They dealt with Morgoth, and Sauron was the next most important person. Sauron, however, doesn't fancy that idea, and for the second time disappears into Middle-earth. No one knows where he's gone. He's disappeared, and he stays disappeared for 500 years into the Second Age. So as we enter the Second Age, Sauron is this kind of big question mark hanging over Middle-earth. Is that the elves, that there's huge changes to the world, that during this period of time, the map shifts, the map changes, but the elves move into what we now basically know as the map of Middle-earth. In the Second Age, we have characters like Galadriel, who's still there, Elrond, who was born towards the end of the First Age, is there, Gil-galad's there. They all know Sauron is somewhere out there, but nothing happens for half a millennium. Then he starts moving around the year 500. And he starts moving in the east of Middle-earth, far away from Gil-galad, far away from Galadriel, Elrond, a long way away from most people's sight. He starts moving, and he starts going to the humans, to the men who had, generations earlier, they had followed Morgoth, because that was what Morgoth's plan was, is that he saw humans were a lot easier to bend to his will than elves were. So Sauron did the same kind of thing. Why? What's his plan here? Well, it seems from what we're told by Tolkien is that he slowly comes to this conclusion that the Valar have now abandoned Middle-earth. So they've gone. And so he looks around, and he probably thinks to himself, I'm now the most powerful being here. And his old instincts kick in, that he looks around and he thinks, this could be more orderly. Somebody should be running this place. And he thinks he's the person to do it. But one of the other character traits we have for Sauron is that he is immensely patient. And so over centuries, he slowly spreads. He doesn't announce himself or anything. He doesn't say, hey, I'm Sauron here. He slowly corrupts the people of the East. And then sort of the next kind of mention we have is the year 882. Gil-galad, who is a very wise and insightful leader, he can sense something's going on. He does not know exactly what. Some shadow is rising over in the Far East. He probably had his suspicions. He writes to the Numenorians and says, you should be aware of this. This is going on. Don't really know what yet. Don't really know how we should combat this, but this is the thing that's going on. So that was the year 882. In the year 1000, Sauron, he starts to spread his net a little bit further, and he looks around to see what's going on, and he sees the elves are still there, and he sees the growing power of Numenor. Numenor, this island continent that the humans who had been true and good in the First Age, they were given this island continent, and they've started to grow strong. and they've started to slowly expand out from that island. They're exploring the mainland now. They're setting up a few little camps and forts and trading centers on the mainland. And Sauron is thinking, okay, so these guys are going to be a bit of a problem as well. So he thinks, I need to have a base. And so he sets himself up with a base in Mordor. Why Mordor? Well, a lot of reasons. One reason is because that's where Mount Doom is. He wants to do forging. The fires there are incredibly powerful. Another reason is, just look at the map. It's very defendable. Mountains around three sides of it. Another reason is it's far enough away from Gil-galad and Galadriel and people like that they're probably going to leave him alone for a little while. It's not too close to the Numenorians, so he can carry on and do his thing for a while. And in the year 1000, he sets himself up there and he starts building Barad-dûr. Barad-dûr being the great fortress, sort of an echo of Angband, but this takes hundreds of years to build. And he starts during this time to come up with what to him must have felt like an even more cunning plan. Sauron is all about control. Remember, he sees all these free peoples and he thinks somebody needs to get a bit of order going on here. And so he has his plan with the Rings of Power. And he appears in the year 1200 as Anatar, and he sort of goes the Lord of Gifts. He goes to the elves and suggests, "I can give you great knowledge and power. Why don't we work together?" And the wise, the Gil-galad, Elrond, Galadriel, they're suspicious. Celebrimbor, however, is a great craftsman himself, grandson of the mighty Fëanor, and when Anatar comes to him and suggests, well, here's a few things we could do. I like crafting things too. Remember, he was a craftsman back in the old days in the Blessed Realm. Then he's welcomed in. And for 300 years, Anatar works with Celebrimbor and the elves there in Eregion, crafting rings of power. This is a long hustle, a very, very long hustle, it has to be said. And during that time, they create 16 rings of power. Now, forget for one moment the ring versus the 9 for men, 7 for the dwarves, etc. Forget that. The idea was just the elves. He was just wanting to create rings of power for the elves. So there were 16 for the elves. And having crafted with Celebrimbor those 16, that's when he nipped back to Mordor and he crafted the One Ring. The One Ring which could control those 16 others. The idea, clearly, he thought this was a cunning plan, was that when somebody's wearing those, yes, they get power, but I can control those people. So the elves distribute their rings. I then put on my One Ring and I control them. That's the cunning plan. And that process of forging the One Ring is another 100 years. So I said this was a long hustle. This is now 400 years in going on. So in the year 1600 of the Second Age, that's when the One Ring is finally forged, and he puts it on, and the whole thing's a failure. The elves realize what's happened, and they take off the rings. In the meantime, while he'd been gone for 100 years. While he'd been gone, Celebrimbor had forged 3 more rings separate from that, which were using the same kind of magical technology. So they still had a lot of the same kind of power, and they were still potentially linked to the One Ring, but they weren't inherently evil. If you wore them, they did not inherently make you greedier, lust for power, that kind of thing. So this whole thing went wrong, and Sauron eventually thought, okay, forget plan A, forget subtlety, I'm just going to invade. And so he spent his time building up his forces in Mordor and then launched a huge invasion. And that huge invasion started in the year 1993. So 1693, sorry. So we're talking here now half a millennium for this whole plan before Sauron puts up his hands and says, "No, I'm just going to invade." And he does, and he charges in, and he takes. Again, this takes years, but he takes a region that falls. He manages to capture those rings of power, and he keeps on pushing. He keeps on. There's some pushback, obviously, from the Free Peoples. The dwarves from Khazad-dûm come out for a little bit, win a battle, and then head back, close the doors of Khazad-dûm, and that's by and large the last we hear about them for a long time. Elrond and Celeborn, they lead a counterattack. They get pushed back. They go off and hide in this valley, which becomes Imladris, the Rivendell. Sauron kind of besieges that, but pushes on towards Gil-galad over on the far western coast. But by the time he gets almost to the Grey Havens, almost to the very far coast, that's when the Numenorians come in. The Numenorians, who had been not close, but definite allies of the elves for this time. And their army, they were the height of human technology. They joined with the elves and pushed Sauron all the way back. And so he retreats back with his tail between his legs all the way to Mordor. And he stays... Barad-dûr, it has to be said, is hugely powerful. It's very hard to it'll be very hard to take it down. And so the elves and the Numenorians just go, okay, fine, we've pushed him back. That's the win. Sauron, though, at some point during all this, we don't know the details, he distributes those 16 rings. He said, okay, it didn't work with the elves, fair enough, but I've got these 16 rings of power. They're linked to my one ring. Let's see if anyone else will fall for this. And so he gives the 7 to 7 dwarves. The implication is the lord, the king leader of each of the 7 tribes of the dwarves, one to each of them. That again doesn't really work. Yes, this does influence the dwarves. It makes them greedier. It makes them more focused on amassing wealth and diving deeper, which has bad impacts for them in the long run. We obviously know about Durin's Bane, but also 3 more of them. The mounds of cash that they accumulate get so great that dragons swoop in and take them. So that's not good for them, but he cannot control those dwarves. The minds of dwarves are inscrutable. They're hard to control. So that's broadly a failure. The 9 he gives to mortal men are a success, though. We know about this. Exactly who he gives them to, we don't get names. We get one name, Hamul the Easterling. We know that 3 of them went to Numenorians. The other 5, presumably scattered throughout Middle-earth. But they, over time, the people who received those rings, the men who received those rings, they gained great power, great authority in their time, but then faded into being wraiths, and they became the Nazgûl. During this time, though, Numenor gained in power, but kind of slid in morality, is probably the way that Tolkien would see it. And they went from being strong allies of the elves to slightly resenting the elves, to being quite anti-elvish, and with that, also anti-Valar. They, at the heart of this, was this feeling that humanity had of injustice in this world. Why was it that the elves got to live forever? Why was it the Valar get to live there in their undying realms? Why do we humans have this short lifespan? Why can't we live forever? And so there was this kind of lingering resentment going on there. And eventually, Sauron was obviously still there, lord in Mordor and lands to the east. They're all his vassal kingdoms there. The Numenorians were expanding out into Middle-earth. I mentioned about, they set up little ports, they set up trading places, small fortresses and the like. These turned into cities. This turned into an empire, basically, a Numenorian empire expanding out into Middle-earth. And eventually they saw Sauron as a threat. Sauron was starting to come up with these grandiose names for himself, Lord of Men and things like that. And so they attacked Mordor. And Ar-Pharazôn attacked Mordor, and Sauron gave himself up. Now, part of this is obviously he recognized that the Numenorians were strong, they were powerful. But another part of it is that he had another cunning plan. He went over as their prisoner to Numenor. And while he was there, he slowly, over years, he started to ingratiate himself with the powers that be, worked his way up from the prison all the way up to becoming the most trusted advisor of Ar-Pharazôn. And he was dripping this honey into his ear about how this was unfair, about what the Valar had set up this world to be like, about the elves. This was all wrong. And he turned Numenor so far against the right path that he managed to get set up in the center of the island this temple to Morgoth. He got them to build this huge fleet, the armament, the great armament, and said, send it to the Blessed Realm, take on the Valar. And they did. And he's there laughing to himself while this is going on. He thinks what is going to happen is that the Valar are going to turn on the Numenorians and he's just going to wipe the Numenorians out. And he's made this happen. He is laughing. And he's right, in a way. The Valar do turn on the Numenorians, but they do it in such a hugely powerful way. It catches Sauron by surprise. They don't just wipe out the Numenorian fleet that's trying to attack the Blessed Realm. There's this, and Eru himself, the one god himself, gets involved, and Numenor, this island city, gets submerged beneath the sea. This is basically Atlantis. Tolkien often, he would refer to it as Numenor Atlantis. He said when he was younger, he had these dreams, a recurring dream of Atlantis, of this great island kingdom, and the wave crashing over it. It's only when he finally wrote this, he could kind of expunge this from his soul. Only once he'd got this down on paper did he stop having that recurring dream. So this is a hugely important part of Tolkien's understanding of how his world works. But anyway, Sauron gets caught up in this. He wasn't expecting to. He loses his bodily form. This is an act of God. His spirit, however, can sweep back over to Mordor and he can recover. But so powerful was this. He had been this person capable of taking on any appearance, able to change it, shift his shape all the time. He now couldn't. He could amass a physical form, but that physical form was representative of his soul. Tolkien doesn't use those exact words, but that's basically what he was saying, is that the only form he could take on now was that of a dark lord. So that's the form he takes on. And he takes some time to recover. And while he's recovering, then he sees around him that not all of the Numenorians are dead. Some managed to survive. Elendil, Isildur, his sons, survived. And they're now setting up kingdoms here on Middle-earth. In particular, we have Gondor, literally right outside Mordor. And what's he going to do? Well, Sauron, at this point, his cunning plans are at an end. I'm just going to attack. He raises his forces again, charges out, takes on Gondor, and pushes on, besieges what is Minas Tirith, and pushes on into Middle-earth. That's when we get the last alliance of elves and men, which is the last alliance, because after this point, the elves, huge amounts of elves, start leaving Middle-earth. And so the elves and men come together in this final great battle with immense heroes. Here we have Gil-galad, we have Elendil, Elrond is there, Círdan comes along, Isildur. These are all legends of Middle Earth, and they push Sauron all the way back to Barad-dûr, and he's besieged there for some time until finally he emerges from his fortress and just has at the enemy, the besieging force against him. And he is taken down. He manages to kill both Gil-galad and Elendil, but he is taken down, and Isildur uses, we know the story obviously, the broken sword. This was Elendil, his father's sword. The broken sword, he uses that to hack the ring from Sauron's finger. And with that, then Sauron's power is vanquished. He loses his bodily form again. The ring obviously eventually gets lost in the Gladden Fields, and Sauron disappears. And we're left in the same kind of situation we were at the beginning of the Second Age, is that the wise in the world are there going, I'm pretty sure he's still around somehow, somewhere, but we don't know where. And this time that kind of silence lasted for about 1,000 years. And he eventually reappears, again does not announce himself, but eventually he reappears in southern Mirkwood and takes the old elven fortress of Dol Guldur, and obviously his presence becomes known, and he becomes known as the Necromancer, and he grows in power over the centuries that follow. About this time, the Valar could clearly sense something was going on. This is about the time, around the year 1000-ish, when the Astari get sent to Gandalf and co. get sent over to Middle-earth. But for 1,000 years, give or take, he is there. The Witch King is doing strong work. This is the leader of his Nazgul, the Ringwraith, who he has given the most power to, is doing his work. But in around the year 2063, in fact, Gandalf gets suspicious of the Necromancer, and he goes to have a look, have a little investigate, see what's going on, and he heads into Dol Guldur. Sauron at this point is still not fully recovered. He just flees. He's gone. Gandalf is, something strange going on here. The wise come to the conclusion this is probably one of the Ringwraiths, which is a fair conclusion. But obviously it was Sauron. Sauron's gone, and then for the next 400 years or so, we have what's known as the Watchful Peace. Sauron escapes over to the far east, into Rhûn, and once more he gathers his power over there. Those men, those humans who, for generations after generations, they worshipped Morgoth and then him, and now he's slowly returned and he's working them back to his side. But then in the year 2460, he returns to Dol Guldur. Now, this is at around the time that Gollum finds, give or take a few years, around the time that Gollum finds the One Ring. This is very clearly not a coincidence. Sauron might not know exactly where the One Ring is, but he can clearly sense something. The ring is moving once more. The ring is no longer out of anyone's control. Someone is using the ring, and he can start to feel it and sense it. So he moves himself back to Dol Guldur. And The next few hundred years, he just carries on as he was, but he's now clearly got some strong goals. The first is to find the One Ring. Where is this One Ring? The second thing is the heirs of Isildur, the heirs of Elendil, the people who caused him all these problems, the reason why he's having to take so many centuries recovering his strength. He tries to get rid of them. The Witch King's been doing amazing work, but he's pushing him to do more. Get rid of all of the heirs of Elendil. And then thirdly, he's trying to find the rings of power that are there. He knows the 9, obviously. The 3 rings of power that the elves have, he has his suspicions about where they are, but they're well protected and he can't quite get at them. The dwarf rings of power, however, he does over time slowly start to gather. And 3 of them, we've already said, were eaten by dragons and were destroyed. 3 more he manages to find and get back. And the last one was Thror. So this is Thrain's grandfather, who is he is passing through Mirkwood at one point before Sauron, as the Necromancer, captures him and takes that last dwarven ring from him. So that's where we actually, I think I've got my numbers wrong. I think 4 were destroyed by dragons. Then we've got the 3 that he's got. So that's where we're at. And then we get 2939. And we get the story that we know as The Hobbit. And Gandalf now has gone in. He's managed to sneak into Dol Guldur before this, talk to Thorin's grandfather, find out this is definitely Sauron. He talks to the White Council. Saruman kind of equivocates for a little while, says, "Oh, do we really need to do anything? I'm not so sure." But eventually, Gandalf persuades them they need to go in and confront Sauron in South Mirkwood. While this is going on, we have the quest for Erebor, and the dwarves and Bilbo are heading off across to try to reclaim the Lonely Mountain, try to get rid of Smaug. And you'll remember Gandalf, halfway through that, he just suddenly says, right, okay, guys, sorry, I've got an even more important mission to be getting on with. See you later. Just before they get to Mirkwood. This is why the dwarves go and do stupid things in Mirkwood, because Gandalf's not there. But Gandalf has got more important things to do because he's reached Mirkwood. He now has to go to southern Mirkwood, meet up with the White Council, and they kick Sauron out. They don't manage to destroy him. Sauron again manages to flee, and this time, however, he knows they know who he is, and he heads back down to Mordor. And a few years later, he announces himself to the world once more. Barad-dûr, he starts to rebuild. He basically puts this call out to the forces of evil to start to gather towards him. And he can sense the ring is on the move. He can sense now is the time that he can start moving. So that is Sauron. I'm not going to retell the whole story of the Lord of the Rings. We obviously know that very, very well. The end point, just to kind of clarify, when the ring itself is destroyed, he had poured so much of himself into that one ring. When the ring itself was destroyed, that once more destroyed his physical body, and also the things which had been built, created through the power of that one ring. So the ring wraiths, with the power there connected to the one ring through their 9 rings, that was gone. The power of the 3 rings that the elves had, that Elrond and Galadriel and Gandalf had, that had gone. Barad-dûr itself, the foundations had been built with the power of the ring, so that itself crumbled. And he was again in this kind of spiritual form. And then if you read that section from The Lord of the Rings, you see this great wind comes from the west. Manwë himself blows Sauron's spirit away, dissipates him. So Sauron, as an immortal being, his spirit does live on. I mean, again, I did a video on this, which is like technically, Sauron wasn't killed at the end of the Lord of the Rings, but he was kind of scattered throughout the world, never to have the power to sort of bring himself back together again, never to have the power to take physical form once more. So that is the story of Sauron. Let's go to I've got a couple of questions in the chat, so let's do those, and then I'll go to some questions from my patrons. Martin S. saying, "Evening, Robert. Just came home from watching Superman. Over half a decade since I last went to a movie theatre. It was fun. I hope you're well." Yeah, I saw Superman as well, actually, this week. I would say it was fun. I enjoyed it. As I say, I appreciate any film that makes people talk, and this is good. I still have a degree of superhero fatigue, I will have to admit. This was not the world's greatest ever superhero film, nor was it bad. It was actually kind of good. In my view, that's my headline review. If you're thinking about going to see it, go see it. It's a good film. Particularly Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor does an excellent job, I would have to say. James Bordus saying, "Hello, Robert. Hello to you. Any idea where the idea of the visual symbol of the Eye of Sauron came from in the Jackson films? I remember you saying that isn't explicitly present in the books." So it's not as present. It is there. The Eye of Sauron. Frodo sees this a couple of occasions. So it is there, but it's not as ever present a theme. In the books, we get the Hand of Sauron. The Black Hand of Sauron is almost as big a theme as the Eye of Sauron. This is sort of placed against the White Hand of Saruman. If you remember when he's like stamping himself on his Uruk-hai, that's the White Hand of Sauron against the Black Hand of Sauron. What was the inspiration for this? Well, as I say, it was in there already, and Peter Jackson decided, understandably, that he needed probably for a more visual medium, something visual to signify Sauron. And he decided that the eye would work best. And so I think it's as simple as that. And I mean, I thought this was one of the standout creative decisions. The films are obviously wonderful. I thought this was one of the standout creative decisions to have the burning Eye of Sauron appear to be this ever-present force looking, scanning, to actually create this physicality about Sauron that otherwise probably wouldn't have been there in the films. So yeah, it's whether he has more of a story about where he came up with this idea, I do not know, but it certainly was on the basis of needing something in a more visual medium. But that's what, and he went with something that was already in the books and just kind of extrapolated from that. So let's go to a question from Ranabir Mitra. Did Sauron participate in the Discord of Melkor during the Ainulindale? We have theories by academics that the Balrogs were probably involved, but was Sauron too? Tolkien calls him a fallen spirit, so was he originally not part of the Discord? Okay, so this is way back at the creation. And the way that creation happened is we had Iluvatar, the one god. He was he got his created beings, his Ainur, singing into being creation. Now, he himself had to do the actual creation bit himself later, and each of the Valar, the high level Ainur, they all had some expression of who he was, and so they could create this harmony. You have Ulmo, who's there as this expression of the oceans, the seas. We have Yavanna of nature, Aula of creativity, craftsmanship. All of these different things, these aspects, all coming together in this great harmony of creation. And then Morgoth, Melkor, as was his original name, he didn't want to do what he was told. And so he sang a discordant note. And so Eru goes, no, everyone stop. No, don't do that. And then he starts again, another discordant note. No, don't do that. And then again, another discordant. And he basically ends up saying, I know you think you're ruining this. Actually, what you're doing is a part of my bigger plan, and you do not realize it. So that's what the music of the Ainur is about. Was Sauron involved in this discordant music, this opposing song that was against the creative harmony? I think the answer is no. I mean, yes, I have read some people suggesting that the Balrogs who were there, they weren't Balrogs at the time, but they were there, may have been a part of this. I'm not 100% convinced myself. But Sauron, as Myron at the time, he had not fallen. And nobody thought he had fallen for a very long time. So I do not think personally that he was a part of this discordant note that was going on there. He acted as a spy for a while later for Morgoth, and nobody suspected him because nobody thought that he was going to go over to Morgoth's side. And that could only happen if he had not been a part of that original. If he'd been one of these people who was like deliberately disobeying Eru, then I suspect that more people would have been a little bit more suspicious of him, but they weren't. Land of Always Winter saying, just a thank you for that excellent overview. Well, you're very welcome. Alexander the Just Okay saying, hey, Robert, what was it that convinced Sauron to join Morgoth, effectively abandoning his position with Aula? He wasn't a fiery spirit like the Balrogs. Was he manipulated, promised rewards, saw his own potential for personal gain on Morgoth's side? Perhaps he even had some element of foresight of his upcoming conquest. So he may have had some element of foresight. All of the in fact, all of those who were a part there of creation, it was the singing the song of the Ainur. They were not just singing into creation a new thing; they were singing history. There were some bits that were hidden from them, specifically those elements to do with the children of Ilúvatar, what happened at the end of time, things like that. There were elements that were hidden to them, but they were singing in history as well. So it's possible that he had some kind of foresight here, but all we're told by Tolkien is his character and therefore what he saw in Morgoth. His character, he loved order, and he hated what he would see as chaos, and he will have looked around. And I think this is a push as well as a pull. He would have looked around at the Valar, and the Valar, as much as Tolkien writes them as being this sort of great kind of pantheon of gods, that he always has this element to them that feels quite a lot like if you imagine the Greek gods or the Norse gods. These aren't perfect beings. These are beings that squabble. These are beings that get stuff wrong. And when you look at the Valar, they do a lot of that. They disagree about stuff. They lose a lot of battles to Morgoth. It's very noticeable. When I was talking earlier about Morgoth knocked over the two lamps were basically what they were, and this is all obviously in legendary kind of language. There were these two massive lamps on the top of these mountains that were providing the light by which the Valar were making this world. And then Morgoth kind of knocks them over, and they have this fight with Morgoth, and then they kind of retreat, and they just go off into another place, and say, okay, well, you can be in charge over there. And they don't look as strong as we sometimes think they are. Morgoth, at the height of his power, could take on most of them on his own, it would appear. And they were very relaxed about freedom. When the elves were arrived, the Valar decided the best thing, when the elves woke up, the Valar decided the best thing for the elves is they should come over to the Blessed Realm. And whereas the Valar look back on it and say, well, we were a bit heavy-handed about that, in reality, they were really. They said, you should come over here. And some of the elves said, yeah, we'd rather not. And they go, okay. And then along the way, some of the elves go, actually, we quite like this bit of land. We'll stay here. You guys carry on. And the Valar went, okay. And then when they get to the far shore, some of them are going like, well, you know what? I quite like being here on this shore. And then some of them get taken over there and go, well, actually, we don't really want to go all the way over to... And the Valar do not impose their will. And Sauron, who is somebody who loves order, and he loves control, will have really struggled with that as a concept. If you think something should happen, make it happen. And he looked over to Morgoth and he saw somebody who just did stuff. Morgoth thought, I'm going to do this, and then he does it. And if anyone opposes him, he gets rid of them. And that was a kind of a push-pull that eventually seduced him over to Morgoth's side. And yes, I suspect there was a large element of Morgoth saying, you can be my right-hand man. You can be in charge of this. You can rule that. And that will have worked well for Sauron. So there are multiple elements, but fundamentally, this was this kind of push-pull. Martin S. Saying, I assume Ardruin was Sauron's greatest forge. Aside from the One Ring, were there many things he could craft there, but not in a forge in Barad-dûr? Yes, it was. So this is Ardruin, Mount Doom. He turns this into a forge. And this is the... I've got another question on this from you, I think, Martin, later, so I'll come into a few more of the details about it in a moment. But yes, the fires here were incredibly hot, and so he could forge things that he probably could not forge elsewhere. Now, sadly, we're not given this full list of all the different things that Sauron forged, but he definitely did. One other thing we are aware of that emerged from Mordor was Grond. Now, whether that was forged in Ardruin or in Barad-dûr, we're not told exactly. But it's very clear to me that Sauron loved creating things. He always had done from the very beginning. And he would have forged, he collected things like mithril. He avidly gathered mithril. Not because he wanted to make things look pretty. We don't see anything anywhere on him in Mordor, anywhere where they've taken pretty bits of mithril and things like that. Well, it's for weapons of war, almost certainly. So, and we would have seen these, I suspect, had the war continued. We'd have had more weapons of war, like Grond, which was specifically aimed at knocking down the gates of Minas Tirith. We'd have had similar things which were specifically aimed and created in order to be taking on other strongholds, something that he thought might help him take on Fangorn or Rivendell or Lothlorien or whatever it is. I suspect those will have been forged there. Tolkien doesn't give us a definitive, these are the things that could be done in Ardruin and not elsewhere. But it's very clear that that was where the strongest fires were, and therefore, if he wished to create the strongest things, it would be there. Jerby saying, hello, Robert. I usually see order connected with beauty, and it's always felt incongruous that everywhere Sauron went, he caused chaos and destruction. Um, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point. So I think he would have seen the destruction as a way in order to create order. So in the part of the world that he was in charge of, Mordor, and then the sort of the hinterlands outside of that, that will have been what he saw as being order. Everybody knew who was in charge. When you listen in on the orcs, they're very clear who their boss is and who their boss's boss is, and what their orders are and what they have to do. To the extent to which we get conversations. I mean, Sam overhears one conversation between a couple of orcs where they're just sort of saying, "Yeah, when all this is over, I really just want to get away from here. I'm stifled. They don't use these words, but I'm stifled by all of this. I want to go and live my best orc life somewhere." Because Sauron has created this orderly structure. So that's what it is. And he will have seen the destruction as a way in order to get the order, push his order further. And he doesn't, although he seems to enjoy crafting things, his craftsmanship seems not to be about beauty. He doesn't seem to have an eye for beauty. His craftsmanship seems to be about an eye for practicality. So yes, I think that he would not like the chaos, but he would see it on the destruction. He would see it as a means to an end, which actually, incidentally, puts him as slightly different to Morgoth, who always seems slightly more. I'm willing to destroy the world out of anger, whereas Sauron was, I just want to rule it. I want to control it. I want everything to be there. And the control, you see it through the Rings of Power. This was about where he could. He had active control over people through Rings of Power, and that was what he was trying to do. James Bordas, quick follow-up. I should say, was the burning eye on top of Barad-dûr explicitly in the novels? There is a very brief mention of this right towards the very end, when Sam and Frodo see this, and also we get a mention of the eye with the Mirror of Galadriel. It is not, however, this central feature, and we don't get the sort of the imagery of like this spotlight, which is sort of like scouring the land kind of thing. That's not there, but yes, this eye at the top of the tower is there. Taylor Jones, hello, Robert. From my understanding, Sauron being unable to take physical form is a movie-only invention. In the books, was Sauron in a physical form? If so, what do you think was the nature of this form? Do you believe he was powerful enough that if he had committed to the Battle of the Pelennor Fields himself, the city would have fallen? Do you think that perhaps he remained in Mordor because his physical form was much diminished and vulnerable? Well, there's 2 or 3 parts to this. I mean, the second part of this. It inspired me to start. I will write a video on why didn't Sauron leave Mordor, because I think it's a fascinating question. But in terms of his physical form, it's pretty clear he did have a physical form at the time of the Lord of the Rings. Obviously, back in time, yes, he did. He took on the form of Anatar, etc., etc. He had physical forms in the past. By the time of the Lord of the Rings, he did, and we get a few different mentions of this. We get the orcs talk about him moving, going between places. We have Gollum talking about Sauron and his black hand. This is what he remembers. Sauron came personally for the torture of Gollum, and Gollum remembers his black hand specifically. We don't have a full physical description of him at this time, but my instinct is much like at the end of the Second Age, when we're told that he could take on physical form, but he could not control what the physical form looked like. The physical form was a physical representation of his spiritual being as this kind of Dark Lord. which means that when we get to the Third Age, he only had 4 fingers on one hand, because spiritually, physically representing the spiritual, he'd lost one finger with the ring on it. So what did he look like? A Dark Lord. Tolkien has got a very kind of evocative, I think it's in one of his letters, evocative description of what he looks like. Tall for a human, physically imposing, dark, that kind of thing. But he doesn't ever get drawn into a detailed physical description, partly, I think, for literary reasons, because this allows him to be this kind of otherworldly figure that we can almost kind of project our own thoughts and feelings onto, and that allows him to become even more evil in our own minds, because we never actually see him, we never actually meet him. He's just there off in the distance. The second part of what you're asking about, was he powerful enough that if he committed to the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, the city would have fallen? Well, why did he stay in Mordor? At the risk of spoiling the video I'm going to write, I think that the short answer is that this is probably the sensible thing to do. We think about just one big battle. There were lots of battles. You'll have seen, I'm sure, my recent series on the War of the Ring, all the different battles that were going on. This wasn't just one battle happening at the Pelennor Fields. He had another force which was slightly north of there, which has sort of crossed over the river and moved on into Rohan. He had another force from Rhûn, which had gone to attack the Lonely Mountain. He had another force up in Dol Guldur, which was variously attacking Mirkwood and Lothlorien and down into Rohan. So he had lots of armies going in lots of different directions. So he was actually taking the place of a sensible general, somewhere where he could see everything through the Palantir, where he could see everything that was going on. But also, I suspect there's an element here of he was at his weakest that he'd been at any point when he was at war. So he probably was a little bit cautious. And he probably didn't see the need for him to go out, because he trusted, particularly in Battle of the Pelennor Fields, he trusted the Witch King. There shouldn't have been a reason why they lost that battle. His overconfidence was probably one of the reasons why they did. But his general plan was actually all right. He wasn't to know that Aragorn was going to manage to come through and take out the Corsairs of Umbar with some, the army of the dead. He wasn't to know that the riders of Rohan were going to find a shortcut through the forest that nobody ever went through, in order to bypass the trap that he'd set for them. So he wasn't to know these things, and they arrived just in time when he'd broken down the wall, broken down the gates to Minas Tirith. When his army had broken down the gates to Minas Tirith, the entire ground level of Minas Tirith was in flames. People were scattering everywhere. The Lord of Minas Tirith was setting fire to himself and his son at the time, who were trying to. He wasn't to know those things. So he would have, the army would have taken, I'm sure Gandalf would have had some things to say about this, but the army would have taken Minas Tirith because it was so powerful. So overwhelmingly, in it's kind of like a superiority of numbers. Would his presence there have made a difference? I think in reality that probably would have then led to more kind of Gandalf would have targeted him, Aragorn would have targeted him, and he would have fled back because he would not wish to have the same kind of thing happen to him again. Why did he need to risk himself? There was no reason. Roger 5171 saying, Robert, I watched a podcast that in Scotland there are bogs which are so low in oxygen to have pristinely preserved bodies for several years. Was this an inspiration for Tolkien for the Dead Marshes? Well, I know that the bogs you're talking about And I mean, there are a few like very ancient bodies that are, pardon me, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, not just in Scotland, but certainly elsewhere in England and uh, in wider parts of the world as well, where ancient people are preserved in bogs. It's a very much a scientific phenomenon. But in terms of inspiration for the Dead Marshes, this was actually a lot more personal for Tolkien. If you remember the Dead Marshes that you get, Frodo and Sam and Gollum, they're just outside Mordor, and they're going through the marshes, and they can see elves, just the bodies of the elves, seemingly perfectly preserved, just staring up, and lights and things like that. And Tolkien was always very clear that his story wasn't like this it certainly wasn't an analogy, and he tried to make this mythology applicable to everyone, but he also recognized that he couldn't 100% make this divorced from his own life and experiences. No artist can ever truly divorce their art from who they are as a person. And one of the foundational things for Tolkien as a person was the fact that he was in the First World War, which was an horrific war. He was at the Somme, which was possibly the most horrific battle in the most horrific war. And he didn't talk about this huge amounts. He was from that generation that didn't, but it clearly impacted on him. When you do read things that he says about his experiences, you can just sense the pain just kind of bubbling underneath. And at his time in the Somme, he remembered these puddles because this was this horrible battlefield, muddy with these huge puddles, and dead bodies in them, and that burned itself into his memory, and yeah, that spilled out into the Dead Marshes. So that is from his personality. He said that was where that came from, and so yeah, it is quite a horrifying image, but that's because that was from Tolkien's own memory. Let's go to Ranbir Mitra. What happened to Sauron after Luthien and Huan defeated him? This is back in the First Age. We hear that he became a vampire bat and went to the forest in Dothonion, after which we hear nothing till the War of Wrath was over and he repents to Eonwë. I know it's complete speculation, but what do you think he did for all those years? I'm guessing it's 100 years or so. Yeah, it was a long time. So we don't know. We don't have an answer to exactly what he was doing. The story in the Silmarillion is not the story of Sauron. Sauron is not the main person until we get on into the Second and Third Ages. So he's a second in command. I think there's two possibilities here. I think the first possibility is just the standard one. He went back and reported to Morgoth, and Morgoth said, "Right, okay, let's go. We're now taking on all of Middle-earth, and then there's battles aplenty after that. We just don't hear about Sauron because he wasn't at the forefront of any of them." That's the bog standard answer. There is another one, though, which I think that depends on your analysis of Morgoth, because you have to imagine here that Morgoth has put his most trusted right-hand man and said, "Okay, can you go out and kill this guy Beren? He's being really annoying." And Sauron captures Beren, but doesn't know who he is. And then not only does he not kill Beren, but then he gets himself defeated by Luthien and Huan. And the three of them then head on up to Angband and manage to take one of the Silmarils from Morgoth's crown. And the Silmarils, they were his pride and joy. He loved the Silmarils. So you have to ask, what do you think his reaction would be to Sauron, who had Beren in his hands and didn't kill him? And potentially had Luthien and Huan in his hands and didn't dispatch them either. And they went on to humiliate him in his own castle and take one of his most precious belongings. Is it possible that Sauron actually, at that moment, thought, yeah, you know what, I don't really want to go and report back to my master at this point. I'm just going to hang low for a while. I think it's possible. So I think either of those two things, I think the standard reading from most people is that we just don't read about him because he doesn't do anything in particular. He just rejoins the cause and carries on. But I think there's a possibility that he did think twice before reporting back to Morgoth. Let's go to Ranabe Mitra again, saying we see a notable decline in the character of Numenorian rulers through the Second Age, and particularly after Tar Minister defeated Sauron in the War of the Elves and Sauron. My theory is that Sauron introduced some evil and magic into Tar Minister, which eventually sowed the seeds of the King's Men faction right until Pharazôn. What do you think of my theory here? To me, it seems more likely that if Sauron had to take a loss in that war, it had to be on his own terms. Well, it's an interesting one. So it's very clear that, yes, you're right. From this moment on, the decline of the Numenorians kind of morally accelerates. Now, do we blame Sauron for this? I absolutely understand your thinking that if Sauron accepts the fact he's going to lose, then he'll try and still try and get some small victory out of this. So I understand that. But I don't think that this was a choice of a loss. Unlike later, when he gave himself up, that seems to have been him with some kind of cunning plan. Here, we don't read about this at all. So my instinct is no. And I would kind of follow this up with, I like the idea, and I think Tolkien also liked the idea, that this was humanity's failing. Numenor was men falling, not because yes, the very last bit, obviously Sauron was there pushing them, but that fall all the way down, this was humanity grappling with humanity's own problems and their own frailties. And not all of the Numenorians fell. We clearly still get the faithful, Elendil and his family. They did not follow this slow descent. But personally, I like this idea that this is humanity. And I think Tolkien liked this idea that this was humanity, and showing us the two ways that people can go. And that the majority and the easy way is actually not good. It's the harder way, the narrow path. I think this fits in with Tolkien's theology very well. It's the harder way, the narrow path, the fewer people who actually will survive and get the glory at the end. Yeldenil saying, hi Robert, Dan, and thank you mods. Yes, moderators, time to say thank you to you. If you are watching this live over on YouTube, then if you're there in the chat, the people who are keeping the chat a happy and uplifting place, the people who are there making sure that the bots don't interrupt things, making sure that the chat can remain uplifting, the moderators are excellent. I'm biased, but I think these are the finest moderators on YouTube. So if you could just show the moderators a little bit of love, I would hugely appreciate that. And while I'm showing a little bit of love, patrons, thank you. I hugely appreciate your support. That's why I prioritize questions from my patrons in these live streams. If you do want to support this channel, the best way to do that is through Patreon. There is a link, I think, down in the description. You can also, if you don't want to go to Patreon for whatever reason, you can be a channel member here, and there is somewhere around here there will be a link to doing that. The other announcement is I said this I think last week, but if you missed it, my videos on my main channel are now available over on Spotify. So if for whatever reason you find it easier to consume things on Spotify, you just want to help me out by going over there and giving a positive review, whatever it is, just go to Spotify, just search for Indie Geek and you will find me. So I'm uploading basically all of my past content up onto there as we speak, so you will find things appearing there on a daily basis. Right. Yeldenil was the question. Saying that I fear this may be an overdone question, so excuse me if it is. No such thing. Do not worry. How could Gollum and later Bilbo use the ring without drawing Sauron's attention and minions towards them? Why did it take Sauron so long to become aware of the ring being found and used again? This I did do a video on this called something like "Why couldn't Sauron sense Bilbo?" If you want the longer, more detailed answer. But the headline here is that this is another one of those book v film things that's on a slightly more thematic level rather than the sort of a technical thing. But one of the things they used, I think, to really good effect in the films, again, this is another one of those changes I think actually worked very well within the visual medium. One of the changes they made was this idea that if you put on the ring, suddenly laser focused. Sauron, Eye of Sauron's on you. The Black Riders will screech to a halt, shriek, face the opposite direction, and start charging towards you. It's like a homing beacon when you put on the One Ring. I think that worked really well in the films. I think that added to the tension. I think that added to the fear. That's not what happens in the books. So putting on the ring does not instantly make either Sauron or the ring wraiths know exactly where you are. That's not how it works. There are two clear exceptions to this. Frodo put on the ring 5-6 times, I think, in the books. Off the top of my head, somebody will be able to remember another one. Then certainly in Tom Bombadil's house he did. Weathertop he did. Amon Hen he did. Mordor he did. Prancing Pony he did. I feel there's one more. Somebody in the chat will remember. But the two times when we're told Sauron suddenly becomes aware of him were Amon Hen and in Mordor at the Cracks of Doom. Now, Amon Hen, this is where the breaking of the fellowship happens. And they don't really explain this in the films, but there's like the big chair at the top of the hill. That was like the seeing chair. That was a magical chair, basically, which allowed you from there to be able to sort of see far and wide about what's going on. And when Frodo put on the ring, that then kind of like broadcast it. And so when he was kind of looking around and he kind of like locked gazes down over onto Mordor, suddenly Sauron's like, what? Oh, over there. We're there. And you can suddenly, you read, and it's quite intense, that bit of writing. Suddenly Sauron is searching, hunting, I know roughly where it is, homing in on where Frodo is. And that's when Frodo hears the voice, take off the ring, you fool, which is Gandalf, who can also sense what's going on. So that first time there, he's basically on this kind of magical broadcasting chair. The second time is in Mordor itself, at the Cracks of Doom, and he puts it on, and that's the moment. And we're told, well, he puts it on and claimed it in a way that he never had before, and that's the moment at which Sauron becomes aware of where it is, and also the Black Riders, the Nazgul on their fell beasts, suddenly turn and race back towards there. So that is different because it is there, the magical place where it was created, and also because Frodo was claiming it. He wasn't just quickly using it to kind of go invisible or something like that. He was claiming it. So those are the two times. Other than that, he doesn't sort of appear sort of like pinging so that Sauron can find him that easily. And that is why you have Bilbo, who happily puts it on several times in The Hobbit, and afterwards, we don't know how many times, but we certainly know that he increasingly would use it for hiding from the Sackville Bagginses and at his birthday party, things like that, quite a few times. And Sauron didn't know that he did it. Gollum would use it when he was creeping up on goblins to kill them. So it's very clear that just putting on the ring did not attract that attention. At which point we have to put the big asterisk in and say, but that isn't to say it does nothing, because they can sense it in some way. There's a drag. There's a pull. We're told that the Nazgul had this. They were kind of drawn to the ring. Sauron, you can kind of. It's not a coincidence that when Gollum finds the ring, that's the time he moves back to Dol Guldur, literally just a few miles from there. He can sense it, but it's not just like a radar bing bing on a radar of knowing exactly where it is. So that's the slightly long version of the short answer is it's not like that in the books. Martin S. To my understanding, Baradur's foundations, I said that you had a Baradur question coming up. Baradur's foundations were made with the power of the One Ring and could not be unmade without the destruction of the ring. However, how much of the Dark Tower was that? Upon his return to Mordor in the late Third Age, it seemed to be fully operational after around 6 to 7 decades. Well, at the end of the Second Age, when Sauron is properly defeated, the ring cut from his finger, etc., they destroyed the Dark Tower, Baradur, except for the foundations, which they could not destroy. Now, how deep are those foundations? We're not told. We don't get a walking tour of that, so we're not 100% certain. You're right that when Sauron, towards the end of the Third Age, moves back, he orders the rebuilding of the Dark Tower of Baradur. That takes them 60-odd years. Now, he is working with slave labor, so it's entirely possible, and to an existing design. I personally, I don't see that that's too long a period in order to be rebuilding a massive tower. But I think that the clear idea is that it wasn't that the foundations were built with the power of the ring, and the stuff that built on top was not. So when the ring was destroyed at the end of the Third Age, the foundations crumbled, and the whole tower came down because of that. You also asked what it would take to break into Baradur in a full frontal attack. Obviously, the army in the Last Alliance was unable to, and more obviously, the Free Peoples in the War of the Ring were obviously not able to either. A siege was at least plausible in the former case, but not the latter. Could the Noldor in the First Age have done it, or would nothing less than a Valar assault suffice? Well, we're not told. Again, this is the kind of Tolkien loves detail and does huge amounts of detail about some things, not so much about others. So we're not told this exact level of detail. Yes, there was a siege with the Last Alliance of Elves and Men, and clearly there wasn't enough power with the humans and the elves at that time to destroy Baradur. Or not to destroy it. They could destroy it later, but to assault it. The implication is before that, Sauron gave himself up to the Numenorians. Yes, this was part of his. This is before he went off to Numenor as a prisoner. Yes, he had a cunning plan to give himself up, but nobody there seems to have thought, why is he doing that? He could survive in there for decades. So I think the implication was that it wasn't beyond the scope of maybe this could work. Maybe we could assault this place. Your questions about the Valar, whether they could take it down, I think the answer to that is yes, they could. The Noldor is an interesting one. So when the Noldor first came, this is at the very beginning of the first age. When they arrived, this is Feanor and co. With them were Galadriel and many other legendary figures. That when they came across from Valinor, from the Blessed Realm, into Middle Earth, they were superpowered. Again, not the exact words Tolkien uses, but that is basically what he says. They had been there in the light of the two trees of Valinor, and the light of the two trees of Valinor was not just, this is kind of bright. This was a holy, nourishing light, which kind of filled them up. And so when they arrived in Middle-earth, very little would be able to stop them. That faded over time. But you get Feanor, who, yes, he was killed, but for a long time he held off half a dozen Balrogs by himself, which is quite impressive. Tolkien does kind of hint that had he got through to face Morgoth, then yeah, it's a good chance he could have taken him on. We certainly seen Fingolfin later not defeat Morgoth, but certainly hold his own against Morgoth. So there's so the Noldor were very powerful. This isn't just elves; these are incredibly powerful elves. So could the Noldor, obviously Barad-dûr wasn't there at the time, but could the Noldor have taken Angband? Yeah, if they'd not split themselves up. Basically, what happened was that Feanor and his sons split off from the main group of the Noldor, and then Feanor himself split off from from his own sons. So we had a huge army which became a small army which became one man, and that's how they got defeated. Yes, I think the Noldor probably could have taken them on. And then you were also about comparing with Mount Doom, saying that you assume that Mount Doom was far and away Sauron's best forge in Mordor, and special properties could be imbued into items forged there which could not elsewhere. Furthermore, sufficient smoke could be released to make the dawnless day. Barad-dûr was a mighty defensive structure to keep Mordor from being overrun when he was relatively weak, but was it as important for his ability to project power over Middle-earth, and as a reason to make Gorgoroth the heart of his realm, as Mount Doom was? I doubt it, personally. Theoretically, the structure could be raised anywhere, I assume, once the ring was made, which again ties back to Mount Doom, not Barad-dûr. Okay, so how powerful, magical, important is Mount Doom compared to Barad-dûr? You're right, we always talk about Barad-dûr as being this kind of the center of power, the Dark Tower. Was that place specific? And I think the answer to that is no. He could have built a mighty strong power with the power of the One Ring somewhere slightly different. There's no doubt it was in a very impressive place. It was there sort of in this mountainous region, very hard to get to start with, protected on lots of sides, so that made it even more indomitable. But in and of itself, it wasn't. Mount Doom is an interesting question because is that in and of itself magical? I think you're right that it was very specific to the place, and this was one of the reasons why he chose Mordor, because Mount Doom was there. Now, why is it important to him that Mount Doom was there? It's a volcano. I think there is definitely the element of he liked this idea that he could make this part of the world darker so that he could have the orcs live there as a homeland. That's definitely part of it. Um, Having a forge with such incredible heat that he can create things that cannot be uncreated elsewhere, I suspect was also quite a lure. And when I say things that couldn't be uncreated elsewhere, Gandalf, when he's talking about destroying the One Ring, he says it can only be destroyed in the fires of Mount Doom. Perhaps there were once some dragons whose dragon fire could have destroyed it, but those dragons have now gone. But nowhere else is the fire strong enough and powerful enough to do this. So the clear implication is that it wasn't. The fires were so strong there that you could create things that could not be uncreated elsewhere, which will have been a huge draw for him. But also, then we have to ask: is there something specifically magical about the Mount Doom fires? And the kind of hints are maybe there are. Tolkien doesn't write his magic system. We all know this is very light and loose. He doesn't explain it in any huge amount of detail. But Mount Doom predated what we think of as Mordor. This was, it would appear, Tolkien tells us, this was the result of Orodruin came from Morgoth's work in the earlier ages, basically. Perhaps when he's destroying the creation of the Valar, and one of the things which appeared was this volcano, basically. And that, because he himself poured himself into all of Middle-earth, into all of the world, to create Morgoth's ring. That's a whole other story we'll look at some other time. That meant that part of himself and his power was imbued within that. So, coming up from under the earth. So, I think that there is something particularly magical about Mount Doom. I think the fact that it is an incredibly hot furnace allows Sauron to be creating these things which cannot be uncreated elsewhere, which makes them even more powerful. Yes, this does seem to give him the ability to be controlling the weather around him, which he needs in order to be supporting his troops. So it is on a geostrategic level, I would agree. Perhaps that's even more important than Barad-dûr. As a symbol, though, Barad-dûr is the thing that people look at because that's where Sauron based himself. Simran Singh saying or asking, why did Sauron set up at Dol Guldur as the Necromancer? Was it because he was near the Gladden Field, so he could keep an eye on the site where Isildur fell, and hence the ring was, whilst he was regaining his form? And I think the answer is yes. But I think there's more to it. So I said in answering a previous question that he could... there was, although the ring itself wasn't this kind of radar that he could home in on, there was a kind of a tug and a pull. So that is definitely what was going on. But also, simply, he will have known the story of what happened. He will have known that Isildur lost the ring and his own life at the Gladden Fields. And so that was where it was last seen. And so if it was going to turn up again, it would be around there. So yes, I think that was one of the reasons why he set himself up there. Another reason I think is very probably, where else would he go? He needs somewhere that he thinks he can be alone, left alone for centuries, without people suspecting he's there. Knowing full well that at some point his presence will become significant enough that people will be aware of him. Now, he could have gone back to Mordor, but at that time, Gondor was keeping a very close eye on Mordor. It had camps, it had fortresses all the way around the outside, watchtowers, keeping an eye, looking out for the return of Sauron, making sure that the shadow did not rise once more in Mordor. So many of those towers and fortifications that we see in and around Mordor that are being used by Sauron, they were originally built by Gondor, like Cirith Ungol, like Minas Morgul. Those were originally built by Gondor to keep an eye on Mordor. So he couldn't easily go there. That's where they were going to be looking for him most. He could perhaps have gone east, where he's further away from sight from people like Galadriel and Elrond, but and that would take him into territory with these peoples that had traditionally followed him. So he might be able to find some people who were sympathetic. So that was possible. However, Tolkien is clear, certainly at least in one of the iterations of talking about the Blue Wizards, that the Blue Wizards had been there in the Second Age in the East and had been foiling his plans and had been very effective in doing so. So would he have gone somewhere where he knew that there were powerful beings? These were Maiar, don't forget. Powerful beings there keeping an eye out for him and trying to work against him? Probably not. So then you look, okay, well, where else can he go? Well, somewhere in a forest where there aren't lots of people. Okay, he wants a fortress. Okay, Dol Guldur, abandoned fortress in a forest. Sounds good. Are other people going to be going there? Well, this is Thranduil's forest. And Thranduil had just returned from the last alliance of elves and men, and had basically got post-traumatic stress and had withdrawn. He'd lost a huge amount of troops and therefore people, and he'd withdrawn from the southern part of the forest. And he, we're told, didn't even want to look south for fear of like the memory of what happened. And so he was not going to, although this was his land, he was not going to be keeping an eye on it. So this suddenly makes it the perfect place for Sauron to set himself up. He's close to where the ring he thinks is. Nobody's going to be looking for him there, right nearby Lothlorien and places like that. Nobody's going to expect him to be coming back there. He's got a ready-made, it was ruined, but he could rebuild it, a ready-made fortress. And the people who were looking after that had abandoned it and weren't looking after it. So all the things slotted into place, and that worked perfectly for him. Question Simran Singh saying, can you explain the relationship between Sauron and Saruman? Contrary to the films, in the book, Saruman tries to persuade Gandalf at Isengard that they must submit to Sauron as lieutenants, and in time they could come to direct his course. The second choice he gives Gandalf is that they wield the One Ring together against Sauron. So, I mean, it's quite hard to explain exactly, but this is manipulation, not control. It's the kind of the high level here. So the two of them encountered each other through the Palantiri, and Sauron, neither of them were the owner of those Palantirs that they were using. So they didn't have that. That's one of the things which gives you greater control over it if you're the lawful owner, which is why Denethor, part of the reason why Denethor had a huge amount of control when using it, part of the reason why Aragorn did. Neither Sauron or Saruman, it was theirs. But Sauron had been using one for a long time and was more powerful than Saruman at a base level. So he couldn't control Saruman through there, but he could manipulate him. And he kind of saw him as a useful idiot, the kind of person who he could use to be working against his enemies. So, this did work. The way that Sauron wanted is that Saruman was there when it came to war. He distracted Rohan for it was only a week or so, but he destroyed a huge amount of Rohan's attacking capability and slowed them down and prevented them from coming to the aid of Gondor. Until they got there, right at the last minute. So that's what Sauron was. He was manipulating Saruman to do what he wanted. Saruman was not under control of Sauron, so he thought that he was manipulating Sauron, and that's why he was there. He saw the power of Sauron, and he was trying to say to Gandalf, well, we should go on his side, because if he gets the ring, he's going to be hugely powerful. So that's what was going on there. Saruman never had it in his mind that he would be playing second fiddle, though. He wanted the ring for himself. So, yes, he was there trying to persuade Gandalf to come onto his side, but it wasn't that he wasn't talking the truth to him. He wasn't saying, right, let's form an alliance, the two of us. He was just wanting to have an ally. The two of them against Sauron maybe could have had a chance. And then you also say one of the best passages in the appendices is Sauron's part in the fall of Numenor, Second Age, with him standing at the summit of the temple with lightning bolts raining down on him. Can you expand on that brilliant passage and discuss what was going on? Was it the judgment of the Valar? Well, I wasn't sure exactly which passage you were talking about. So the one I've gone with, I think you're talking about this one from the Silmarillion, where it says, "For Sauron himself was filled with great fear at the wrath of the Valar, and the doom that Eru laid upon sea and land. It was greater far than aught he'd looked for, hoping only for the death of the Numenorians and the defeat of their proud king. And Sauron, sitting in his black seat in the midst of the temple, had laughed when he heard the trumpets of Ar-Pharazôn sounding for battle. And again he had laughed when he heard the thunder of the storm. And a third time, even as he laughed at his own thought, thinking what he would do now in the world, being rid of the Edain forever, he was taken in the midst of his mirth, and his seat and his temple fell into the abyss." So basically, Sauron, the context here, Sauron has persuaded the Numenorians, Ar-Pharazôn, their king, to build this huge navy and go and attack the Valar. And Sauron's there laughing. He's staying there in Numenor. He's laughing at them, heading out. He thinks they're going to get destroyed by the Valar. The Valar are going to wipe them out. And he thinks that's it. He thinks that once that navy has been dealt with, he's basically got rid of the Numenorians. Maybe the Valar will try and take down Numenor a bit more as well in some other way. He was not expecting, and that's why he was laughing. He thought he'd won. He was not expecting this massive, basically the hand of God smashing Numenor down into the sea. That was not a thing that he was thinking. And the power was so much greater than he'd expected. And so this was hugely humbling for him. As a kind of a knock-on effect from this, when we get to the Third Age, and the Valar and Eru weren't there and weren't doing things, he had assumed, after a very long period, he had assumed they must have abandoned Middle-earth. That was his thought, is that, and that was what led him to his sort of dreams of conquering, is that he thought that's it. This time they've definitely gone. If I get my ring back, then I can take on everything, because I am now definitely 100% the most powerful being here. David Andrews, if Sauron won the War of the Ring, what would have come next? I imagine there would have been a period of consolidation while he hunted down the remaining elves, disarming the West and putting puppet rulers in place. But what thereafter? Would he have been content with his conquests, or would he have moved his forces on to invade the other lands of Arda? Well, yeah, I think all of that. Darkness would have covered the land. So the way Tolkien puts it, I think it's Elrond, actually, in the Council of Elrond, when they're discussing potentially giving the ring to Tom Bombadil, and they say, maybe, yeah, he would be unaffected by it, but he's also not bothered by it, and he'd drop it somewhere and forget about it and just move on, and eventually Sauron would find it, and then Sauron would sort of push his way across all of Middle-earth. And the phrase he uses, that Sauron could torture and destroy the very hills, which is a really evocative Tolkien kind of way of saying that he's not just going to end by just controlling humans, controlling elves, controlling the beings. It's the very nature of Middle-earth that would be destroyed through his actions. And it says Bombadil would have fallen, the last of all, because Tom Bombadil is Tom Bombadil's many things, the expression of this kind of nature of Middle Earth. But I think there's two sort of like things to add on to that. Thing number one is the fact that fundamentally, I think in all of Tolkien's world here, you get this idea evil is the root of its own downfall. And so, yes, he would do these terrible things, but ultimately, somehow, this would come back on him. Is that his hubris would kick in, his desire to be destroying everything would, or not destroying everything, controlling everything would lead to revolutions. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that fundamentally, this wouldn't have happened. And it's hard to say this in a way which doesn't kind of undermine the whole point of the story, the excitement of the story, is that what happened in the story, Tolkien, we know, he's a very faithful man, and he saw Iluvatar, the one god, his hand hovering over all of this. And you can sort of see this in bits here and there when you get Gandalf sort of saying, Bilbo was meant to have the ring, and that means you were too. And it's just like Gollum has got a role to play, and it's just like hovering over this is this kind of sense of this is the way things are going to turn out. This is, yes, everyone, all the actors have their own free will, but there is also a degree of Eru has created this world, and he has created all of history, and this is going to go the way that Eru wants. And Eru will intervene in the ways that he wants to. He will bring back Gandalf when he wants. The eagles will arrive at just the right moment. These things will happen in order to make sure that what should happen does happen. Catherine Furseth. Hi, Robert. This might be a really stupid question. No such thing as stupid questions. But did Sauron have free will, or was he under the permanent control of Morgoth? How much of what he did post Morgoth's defeat did he do on his own account, or did Morgoth have a plan to come back from the void? So I think the short answer is Sauron did have free will. Is there a plan to get him back from the void? Well, no. That doesn't mean that he wouldn't ever. There is one of the sort of the elf legends of the end of times is that Morgoth would return. But the void isn't just like a prison. This is outside of space and time. So it's like he's not even just sort of like out there waiting. He's just taken out of space time. So there's no Sauron certainly doesn't have this plan to how I'm going to bring him back. Kevin Blockschwenk. After the First Age, the only things we saw hurt Sauron were being on an island that went under the ocean and the loss and destruction of the ring. And only the latter was permanent. With that in mind, could Sauron have been hurt in other ways? How was the White Council able to drive him out of Dol Guldur if he was indestructible? Well, I think that this is to get to the heart of Tolkien's understanding of the nature of body and spirit in his world. So Maiar, of which Sauron was one, were spiritual beings, fundamentally. There were spiritual beings who could take on a physical form. Now, at its heart, they could change that physical form. Certainly the Valar could take on a number of different shapes. Sauron in his younger days could take on a number of different shapes, and so on. But the physical form was not them. So the immortal thing about them was their spirit. Their spirit could not be destroyed. Now, what therefore happened from the Second Age, when you say, yes, he was on an island that went under the ocean, his body was destroyed, his spirit survived. Then you get the loss and destruction of the ring with Isildur and then Frodo and Gollum. The loss of the ring that followed his defeat. Now, we often think that the way round this happened was that Isildur cut the ring from Sauron, and that is what destroyed him. But the way it's written, it's not 100% clear, but the way it seems to be written is that Gil-galad and Elendil, they physically defeated Sauron. And after that, Isildur cut the ring from his finger. So it was them physically defeating him, and which was the first part of the equation. And then his ability to immediately kind of power back up again was removed with the removal of the ring. So what we're saying is that could he be destroyed physically? Yes, he could. He could be taken on during this period. There's no doubt about that, and that would hinder him because it would mean that he just became a spiritual being again that would have to very slowly come back. But the only way to fully defeat him was through eliminating his body, eliminating the ring into which he'd poured so much of his spirit and soul, destroying that, and then what is left of him had to be actively blown and scattered by the winds by Manwë. Actually, just as a thought experiment, just to finish this, it's probably worth saying that that bit is glossed over by people. But if that had not happened, if he had not been blown away and scattered, then his spirit would have still been there and would have perhaps been able to go somewhere, and thousands of years later he might have been able to build another body for himself. Not as big and as powerful without the ring there, because he's already lost so much of his power because of the ring, but potentially he could have done, or as a spiritual being, he could have sort of moved around and influenced things. So the blowing away, the scattering of his spirit by Manwë that's the final blow that does it. Stephen asks, was Sauron aware of the Balrog in Moria? And if so, did they have some kind of alliance or arrangement with each other? I would imagine that Sauron would want to use Durin's Bane in his wars if he could, but he probably could not control it and was forced to leave it be. Did the orcs of Moria, like Azog and Bolg, serve Sauron or the Balrog? Right. I mean, the headline is yes, he will have been aware of it. We're told in the Tale of Years, I think it's the year 2380, Sauron begins to repopulate the Misty Mountains, Moria, with his people, basically. He sends orcs and trolls there. So they get sent by Sauron. And they gave him tribute of Mithril. So they're sort of reporting to Sauron, but at the same time, they're not in the same way that the orcs around Mordor are incredibly closely tied to him, under his control, so that when he goes, then we get the evocative language of, like, imagine the ants. If you destroy an ant nest and the ants scurrying around hither thither, that's what the orcs were like when Sauron was killed. That doesn't seem to have been what happened up in the Misty Mountains, because they were sort of further out of his control all the way up there. And they, with the Balrog being there, the Balrog did sort of stay out and away and didn't sort of like mingle with them, as far as we can tell. But still, they would have been not just wary, but almost kind of worshipping this. Is the kind of vibe we get from that. All of that being said, some of that being a bit speculative, but all of that being said, this fits the pattern of what Sauron does with powerful beings who he would expect to align themselves broadly with him, but he knows he can't control. Being Smaug, and Shelob. Now, with Shelob was in what we think of as Shelob's lair before Sauron moved into Mordor. And they seem to have just come to an understanding that she's there on this pass, basically, that can get you into Mordor, and she's guarding it. That is good for Sauron. He likes that. That's protecting a backdoor way into Mordor. In exchange, he kind of lets her take some orcs every now and then to eat, and he's all right with that. So that's this. They have this understanding. They don't sort of sit and chat. She doesn't work for him, but they have this kind of understanding that they both are on roughly the same side and they want roughly the same things. Similarly, if you read in Unfinished Tales, fantastic section where Gandalf talks about, his thoughts, particularly about the background to the Hobbit and things like that. He talks about why he was so keen to be supporting the dwarves, and it's because he wants them to regain their homeland, but also he wants to get rid of Smaug because he sees the dragon there as a huge threat for when the wars happen. He knows a war is going to happen at some point. And when that happens, he could see Smaug rampaging across the northern part of the map, going, across past Dale into Mirkwood and places like that, beyond Lothlorien, maybe even as far as Rivendell, Gandalf is thinking. And that would be bad. Why would Smaug do that? Because he's obeying orders from Sauron, but because they are simpatico. The dragons were created originally by Morgoth. Sauron was Morgoth's right-hand person. They're both incredibly powerful beings with this kind of shared heritage and kind of a shared desire. Who are the people they're going to try and get? Smaug will try and cause some destruction and eat some people, and Sauron will be very happy with that. So, and Sauron has this power, again, unquantified. Tolkien doesn't go into details, but he does have this kind of power to rouse evil, to do evil things, and that would he would be able to rouse up Smaug to do that. So the implication is the Balrog is there and has this sort of probably unspoken understanding with Sauron that they're not about to fight each other. Maybe they would at some point, but they're not about to fight each other. They want the same kind of thing. Sauron, as far as Sauron's concerned, a Balrog being there in Khazad-dûm prevents the dwarves from re-establishing their once mighty kingdom of Khazad-dûm. So he's very happy with that. And he's very happy for his orcs to be supporting that because of it. John He did a series of short questions. I hope you don't I hope you don't mind if I don't give you long answers. I'll give you short answers to the short questions. So, would Sauron prefer to enslave all races or exterminate all human life? He'd prefer to be in control. If he has to exterminate things, he will. But control is what he's about. Is Sauron an actual necromancer? If yes, why do we never see zombies or ghosts in his army? We do see wraiths, the ring wraiths. So yes, certainly in a way of speaking, he is a necromancer, but he certainly seems to do less of that kind of thing than the Witch King himself did. Does Sauron desire to free Morgoth from his prison? He's in the void, not in prison. This is out of time and space. Sauron, as far as we can tell, thinks that Morgoth has gone. So he doesn't... if he could get him back, then that's an entirely different matter, but he doesn't think that that's a thing which is possible. If Sauron conquered all of Middle-earth, would he then attempt to invade the Undying Lands? Potentially, he wishes to spread his order as far as he can. How does Sauron issue orders to his generals and messengers? Does he possess any telepathic abilities? Similar to the above question, how does Sauron receive new information from events in the world? How did he first learn about the defeat at the Pelennor Fields? So how does he see what's going on? His Palantir. The Palantir, it's sometimes portrayed in different ways on screen, but the best way to imagine it is the magical telescope, which can also double as a kind of like a Zoom call. You have to look through it in the direction that you're wanting to, and then you can see a certain distance, and you can even sometimes look back in time through that. And if you've therefore locked onto somebody, then and if they're on they have a Palantir as well, then you can communicate with them. So he could have seen what was going on if he just like trained his Palantir on Minas Tirith. He would have seen what happened. So that's how he got his information. How does he issue orders? Does he have telepathy? We're not told that he has telepathy, but certainly telepathy exists. There's an oft missed bit towards the end of the Lord of the Rings when everybody's sort of heading back to their various homes, and while on this road trip, then in the evening you get Gandalf, Celeborn, Galadriel, I think, and Elrond, who are just sitting there quietly, but talking to each other through exchanging thoughts. So this does happen, and there's a few more examples of Gandalf doing that kind of thing elsewhere. Yes, this is potentially something that Sauron has. However, he appears not to have this kind of like ongoing telepathic link to, say, the Nazgul. His general view, it seems to be, he trusts the Witch King. Does Sauron have a treaty with the men of the West Orun? Why do they fight him? They're vassals rather than he has a treaty with them. He doesn't give them anything particularly in return. In particular, in return, that's his. They're his lands that we get. I mean, there's a moment in Return of the King when Sam is there looking out over Mordor, and then it's like the camera just kind of like pans out a little bit and says, well, Sam can't see this, but across Mordor these things are happening. And then one of the things is there's wagon trains from the hinterlands, the outlying lands, bringing back food and booty. So that's what we're told, is that basically the vassal lands stuff's being taken from them by the orcs to support Sauron's war efforts. So it's not like he's got a treaty with them. They are his vassal states. Scott says, my question is about what was the relationship between Sauron and Morgoth? Sauron was his lieutenant, but is there a more fleshed out understanding of that? Maybe a mentor-mentee or father-son archetype? Or was it competitive, where Sauron was carving out his own plans under Morgoth? It's not really, I think, any of those models. First of all, you have to understand that they are different orders of beings. So you have the Valar level and the Maya level. And the way that they were structured very much in, certainly in the Blessed Realm, is that you'd have each of the Valar would have a number of these Maiar attached to them. So when Sauron was over there in the Blessed Realm, then he was one of them attached to Aula, the smith. There were others. Saruman was one of the others, in fact. So that was the way it kind of worked, is that you've got, here's the mega powerful being, underneath that are some slightly less mega powerful beings who support him. So that is the model. We have Morgoth is the mega powerful being. Sauron has moved across to be working for him. So it's not like a mentor-mentee, father-son kind of thing, but definitely there's a hierarchy, which Sauron likes. He likes order. So Were they competing? It doesn't appear so. In fact, Sauron kind of still holds Morgoth on a kind of a pedestal. He does eventually get round to calling himself or getting himself called like King of Men and things like that. But when he's in Numenor, it's not a temple to himself that he gets them to build; it's a temple to Morgoth. So that's the kind of the level that we're going at here. Commander Ray saying, hello, Robert. Sauron has been a pillar of villainy in fiction for a very long time, for several Dark Lords from Star Wars to Harry Potter. He embodies what evil is, in a way, allowing him to be an archetype for others to model off. My question is, was Sauron truly that evil, or was there hope for him, since he was not original evil? And beyond that, with everything being contextualized within the world where all things flow from one higher power, can we truly consider any act he does truly evil, or just a reflection of the worst of man? Sauron seems more of a concept than a character, and I want to explore that. So I think that I sort of touched on a bit of this. Let's start with the conceptual bit here. I think this is deliberate from Tolkien in a literary sense. He could have had the bad guy being somebody that at any moment we encounter. Even at the very last, who emerges from Mordor? It's the mouth of Sauron. It's his ambassador. We could have had Sauron himself come out, and we finally, that's it, the big man. It would have worked on many levels. Finally, the big bad guy that we've been thinking about all this time emerges to mock our heroes. But Tolkien resists that. Why does he resist it? Because I think one of the reasons, certainly from a literary perspective, is to keep Sauron distant, to keep him apart, to create that kind of mystique to him, which, first of all, it adds to the kind of the fear factor, the horror. This is a common thing we talk about for a lot of fantasy and horror, is that if you do not know, if you cannot see the evil, that makes it even scarier, because you don't know what it's like, you don't know what it's capable of. And so I think there's an element of that going on here. But also, I think conceptually, I think you're right, is that it allows us the potential to impose on Sauron our own ideas of evil. And Tolkien, he often talked about this. I hate analogy. I love applicability, and he doesn't quite go down that. That's a lot of sort of post-Tolkien, that kind of idea, allowing the reader to put things onto that. That wasn't where he was at, but he definitely was open to this idea that we, as the readers, can pull from this story the lessons that we ourselves take. Not Tolkien himself saying, the evil guy looks like this, and therefore that is the type of evil guy you need to oppose. He allows us to be able to extrapolate and say, or project and say, this is the evil. So I think that is certainly there. At a more practical level within it, or theological level within this, I should say, Tolkien, as a man of faith, when you read his letters, you see, after The Lord of the Rings came out, he had a lot of friends of faith who wrote to him asking questions about this. And he was very clear with them. He grappled, particularly in the early days, when it had been out for 10, 15 years, he got a little bit more grumpy in a sort of a good old professor kind of way, grumpy about answering the same questions again and again. But just in the early days, people would write to him and he would write back voluminous responses dealing with issues. And he had a few very strong, particularly Catholic friends, who would write to him about the story, and they would question certain things. And he had one bit of correspondence which I think is quite illuminating, which I've looked at previously in the context of the orcs, because one of the letters sort of was querying whether the orcs were irredeemable. Are they just evil things? And Tolkien spent a long time. He never fully bottomed out this issue of the nature of orcs. But one thing that he was very clear on was that they were not irredeemable. And he wrote this in his letter. He said, I nearly said irredeemable, but that's the wrong word. Because he doesn't think anything is irredeemable. And that, I think, is probably the important point here, because he doesn't, if you apply that logic, he doesn't think Sauron was irredeemable. Indeed, Elrond says in the Council of Elrond that Sauron didn't start out evil. And in a kind of today's literary language, we would probably say that Sauron probably views himself as the hero of his own story. He thinks he's actually trying to do the good and right thing. He thinks that this is a world that needs order, and he's the best person to do that. And so, yeah, maybe you need to kill a few people along the way in order to get there, but he thinks he's doing the right thing. So that is the kind of level that we're talking about here. He's not this caricatured evil character unless we project that onto him. So, yeah, not irredeemable, not evil at the start with, but the acts that he does, I think Tolkien would definitively say are evil. Okay, Martin S. If Sauron had won by getting the One Ring back after the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, could he have called the Witch King back? Oh, interesting question. Could he have called the Witch King back? Well, we don't know the extent of all of this, the magic that he does have. The magic of the rings was to take a mortal soul, certainly if you forget the elves and the like for the time being, but to take the human mortal soul and keep that bound to earth. The body was kind of stretched, and then eventually the body went, but the spirit and the soul was bound to earth. That was the magic that was being done there. When the Witch King was defeated, that was because Merry stabbed him with this dagger that had specifically been created to be dealing with wraiths, specifically the Witch King of Angmar, which, and the exact wording eludes me, but basically it broke the bonds that kept the soul, the spirit, on the mortal realm, and that allowed Éowyn to kill him so the spirit could go. So within the nature of that ring, no. He could give that ring to somebody else and the same thing could happen to them, but that ring, as far as we can tell, did not have the power to pull back a spirit. Where would that spirit go? Well, that again is a mystery in Tolkien's world. So elves, their spirits are bound to the world. Their bodies can be killed, but their spirits are bound to the world in some way. They go to the halls of Mandos. Humans, when their bodies die, their spirits go somewhere. And nobody knows where that is. The elves don't know where that is. They view this as being a blessing. They feel that they're tied to this planet and there's nothing they can do about it, whereas humans, they can escape. Humans view it the other way around. Elves get to live forever, they don't. So Tolkien left that a kind of like a divine mystery. So could he, not with the power of that ring, would he have the power to do other things? Potentially. Calling things back, a spirit that's already a human spirit that's already gone and left, my instinct is probably no. You also asked, you said Sauron was Morgoth's chief lieutenant, and that word would have come from Tolkien, but lieutenant is a fairly low military officer rank, which Tolkien would have known. So what is up? Yeah, so this is I think he used this and the word does come from Tolkien, in a colloquial sense, more than a military rank sense. Tolkien doesn't do military ranks in the exact same way that we do. So he doesn't have whatever the military ranks are in your country. He doesn't have generals and colonels and whatever, working your way all the way down. That's not the way that he does that. So lieutenant, colloquially, to him would have meant the right-hand person. So if you're like in charge of your army, if you're say a colonel or whatever in his world and understanding, then your right-hand person would be your lieutenant. And whether that person is actually a lieutenant, or you're a general and that's a colonel, or you're a brigadier, or whatever, isn't the point. It's that colloquially that person's the lieutenant. Now, whether or not he got given the title of lieutenant, I think, is a different thing. So the Mouth of Sauron was the Lieutenant of Barad-dûr, I think that was his given title. So that does seem to be a title that was there. But I think Sauron was given the title Commander of Angband. Then we have in Rohan, they use captains a lot, but they don't seem to have generals or anything like that. So I think I'd be wary of sort of superimposing whatever our understandings of military ranks are. The way he is onto Tolkien's world, the way he is using this is as a right-hand person who he trusts to be sort of, while he stays overseeing things, go out and lead stuff. Lady Q, Sauron surrendered to Numenor when he had the ring, yet with it he would dominate the Third Age. How powerful must they be to intimidate him? As they have been. So the Numenorians. Well, the Numenorians were very powerful. And they pushed him back, certainly in the middle part with the War of the Elves and Sauron. It was the Numenorians who came in and pushed him back. Right at the very end of the Third Age, when we get Elendil, was effectively a Numenorian still. He was there, could go toe-to-toe with Gil-galad against Sauron. Sauron, we're told, was wary of, I can't remember the exact word, but of the rising Numenorian presence. So they're powerful. Is the short answer. Could they have actually taken down Sauron? Possibly. We never find out. We know that Sauron surrendered. And we're told that he surrendered with a cunning plan. The surrender was intentional on his part to be able to go to Numenor on his terms in order to work his way up. To get the ear of the king, and through him, then bring about the downfall of Numenor. So he did surrender, but he didn't surrender just because he was outmatched. He surrendered because he wanted to go there on his own terms. Connected to this, Robin Thomas asks, where was the ring when Sauron was in Numenor? Was he able to take it with him? If so, how did he save the ring from destruction during the downfall? A good question. He did have the ring with him in Numenor, we're told. And how did he save it from destruction? Well, you're not the first to ask this. In fact, in one of his letters, I think it's Rona Beer or one of his close readers, queried this very thing. And Tolkien responded by saying this: though reduced to a spirit of hatred born on a dark wind, that's what it says in the Silmarillion, a spirit of hatred born on a dark wind, which is how he returned back to Mordor. We're told he returned as a spirit of hatred born on dark wind. Though reduced to that, I do not think one need boggle at this spirit carrying off the One Ring, upon which his power of dominating minds now largely depended. So Tolkien didn't think this was an issue. So I think we shouldn't think this is an issue. If you're wanting an exact answer on this, he does get into this again, I think it's in one of his letters. He gets into this idea of how the spiritual beings interact with the physical plane, and he basically says, yeah, if you're a spiritual being, then you're not interacting with the physical being plane, except in small ways, basically. And the example he gives here is, and he says that basically he is there as what was that phrase again? Born on a dark wind. So basically, he as a spirit blows himself back to Mordor on this wind because he can influence that much of the world, and in that being blown is blown the One Ring, the only physical thing that he saves. So that's the idea. We can see elements of this spiritual beings kind of impact on the real world in lots of different ways. The ring wraiths are the classic example. The ring wraiths do lots of different things, but if you just imagine when you get the Witch King of Angmar, you get the description of him. He's got the armor there, and then there's no head, but then hovering where it should sit is a crown, as if the crown is sat on an invisible head. So that is the idea that we've got going on here, is that spiritual beings can control bits of the physical world around them, not in huge ways, but you imagine this as being like he's playing on this old ideas of poltergeists and ghosts being able to do things, and so Sauron with the One Ring kind of like buffeted himself along back to Mordor. One more question from my patrons. So now is a good time to drop any more questions into the chat. I will try and pick up as many of them as I can as we're going through. But question from Mara Lee saying, "Hi, Robert and Dan." Hi there, Mara. Great to see you. After Sauron's defeat, was that the end of evil in Middle-earth and everyone lived happily ever after? Or do you think there was another bad guy to eventually take over? Was the evil bad guy in the Fourth Age just mankind, left to our own devices on whether to do good in the world or not? What do you think about good versus evil in the Fourth and subsequent ages? I mean, it's an interesting. I think the answer is that no, Tolkien did not think, and I don't think he would want us to think that that was happily ever after for everyone. The quote I would come back to on this one is Gandalf when he's talking about what happens when Sauron is destroyed. And he says this, he says, "And so a great evil of this world will be removed. Other evils there are that may come, for Sauron is himself but a servant or emissary, yet it is not our part to master all the tides of the world, but to do what is in us for the succour of those years wherein we are set, uprooting the evil in the fields that we know, so that those who live after may have clean earth to till. What weather they shall have is not ours to rule." And I think that is the heart of Tolkien's thought here, is that this story is about defeating the evil that is there, facing them, and there will be many more evils which come after that. So, but we shouldn't worry about what the future evils might be so much as trying to combat the evils that we have here. We do have sort of a hint of what he might think when we get the New Shadow, which is the book, the sequel to the Lord of the Rings. I've done a whole video on this if you've never come across this before. The sequel to the Lord of the Rings that he started writing and never got more than, I think it was 13 pages in, maybe 17 pages. And he wrote about why he didn't finish this. It's quite a dark book, and he says that he cast forward in time after the end of the story, and people got bored of good. and then cults and sects grew up, and evil reappeared. And it's like a tree, a dark tree that you could get rid of it one place, but it will grow again somewhere else, and it will grow again somewhere else. And it's like this is how he saw evil. Is it will just it's a natural, not natural, an unnatural part of this world, but a part of the world that we have now, because of Morgoth, who poured himself in the same way Sauron poured himself into the ring. Morgoth's ring was the planet, and so his evil went into the planet, and it corrupted it. So evil will always come back up, and yes, some of it will be humans. Mara, absolutely. Um, the two blue wizards survived, and they Tolkien supposed that they might not do much good and would sort of descend down and fall in the same way that, pardon me, in the same way that Saruman did, different but similar ways. Yeah, that's where he thinks it is. For us, not our part to master all the ties of the world, but to do what is in us for the succour of those years wherein we are set, uprooting the evil in the fields that we know, so that those who live after may have clean earth to till. What weather they shall have is not ours to rule. Martin S. in the chat saying, I can imagine a kind of parody video showing the ring jump out of the sea and fly high into the air over what was about to become Gondor and onto Barad-dûr. Yeah, I mean, dark winds. I think this is the image we're supposed to have. I think you shouldn't. I've always imagined it's almost like this kind of mist pushing across the seas to Mordor. A dark mist, though. That's how I see it. But yeah, you could certainly do a comedy one out of that. Time Lord Boy, how much of that story exists that he never finished? Just a few pages. So, like, I can tell you the plot if you want. Watch the video if you're interested. Basically, we get where 100 years or so. He did 3 different attempts at this, but he basically said Aragorn, 200 years into the future, Aragorn has died. His son took over. And has reigned for 100 years. And now we've got, if you remember Beregond, who's one of the good guards from Minas Tirith, his son is the sort of the hero, if that's the right way of putting it, of the first few pages we have of this. He, at this point, is a very old man. And he's one of the last to have any kind of memory of the darkness of orcs before. And he's there, he's tending his garden, and this guy sort of comes up to him and sort of says, hey, there's a meeting. I'm going to present this in a not very literary way. So Tolkien wrote this better than me, obviously. And he sort of like turns up and sort of says, hey, there's, do you want to come to this mysterious meeting we've got going on? All you have to do is wear black and turn up at midnight, and I'll show you there. While he's thinking about that, he heads back into his house, and he says he thinks he can still remember the smell of evil. And then as he heads into his house, he smells it, and that's it. And Tolkien basically says it was just getting too dark. It was just going to be a thriller, because humans just will default back to bad things. So that's why he stopped it. You can read them. It's in part 12 of the History of Middle-earth, if you're interested, which is a collection of, edited by Christopher Tolkien, a collection of J.R.R. Tolkien's writings. Part 12 is one of the good ones. It has to be said. It's got a lot of sort of mini essays and stuff like this. So yeah, if you're interested in that, that is where you can find it. Have a quick flick through the chat. Let's have a quick flick through. People talk about Rings of Power. Rings of Power, though, as I understand it, season 3 will be happening. Rasula D. Robert, do you believe Fëanor could have made some kind of tool that could rival Sauron and the Rings' combined power? It's a good question. Fëanor was the most powerful of the elves. Could he have potentially rivaled Sauron? I think the potential is there for the simple reason that he seems to have found a way to harness. Not so the One Ring has Sauron's power in it. Sauron pushed his own power into it. What Fëanor seemed to do was, yes, he does seem to sort of like use some of his own efforts in creating things, but he also seems to capture other bits of power. So, for example, the Silmarils, he captures the light from the two trees of Valinor. He didn't make the two trees of Valinor, but he managed to capture their light. So, theoretically, if he can capture power from elsewhere, then yeah, he could make something which was more powerful than him himself. Avalon Scorpion, what happened to the Ring of the Witch King when he got destroyed? Well, all of the rings of power lost their power, is the first thing to say. That Tolkien did change his mind a bit about where those 9 rings of power were, but where he seems to have ended up was that Sauron, once those rings of power had done their business with the ring wraiths, he kept those 9 rings in Barad-dûr. So they're his, which means that when Barad-dûr collapsed, those rings were destroyed. Question from Reflective Rambling. So out of topic question, don't you think others are looking for Bran, not the others are looking for Bran, not for Jon? They may know that a Stark will find out how to undo the magic. So yeah, this is a Song of Ice and Fire question. In case you're wondering where we're going with this one, towards the end of the live streams, it's slightly more open where we go with the questions. What the others are about is still one of the big mysteries of A Song of Ice and Fire. I know there's a big fan theory out there that the others, but Joe Magician, huge respect for, argues that they are clearly looking for someone, this Azor Ahai person, which may be true. I don't think we've got enough evidence yet to prove that that's the case. I think we have got enough evidence that they are targeting the leadership of the Night's Watch, but not specifically enough evidence to say a particular person. Are they targeting Bran? I mean, I think the fact that they are surrounding Bloodraven's cave with wights who are hidden means that they're very aware that there's a magic user going on there. So they will almost certainly want to target Bran as and when he leaves the cave. If we do go down this route that I think is the case, that what we're looking at as a solution is a way to undo the magic that brought the others into being in some way, then yes, Bran is more likely to be the key than Jon. Even though Jon may take up the more archetypal sort of heroic figure wielding a sword. So, and they will, I'm sure, be more aware of that than the humans are. Reflective Rambling again, thank you very much, saying wish you could hide away from Sauron in the Shire. Friend of the channel Kelly of Happy Hobbit has a new Patreon tier for those daydreaming about living the slow grounded life such as lived there. Do go and check that out. Happy Hobbit is an excellent channel. I don't know, I've not checked if they've been uploading recently, but yes, they're good people over there. And let's see. Land of Always Winter saying, I don't think the others are pursuing a defensive strategy. I think that's entirely right. Mary MM, how long did Arwen live after Aragorn's death? Do you have a video about the Barrow Wights? I can't remember if I've got one about the Barrow Wights. If I have, I think I do. I think it was a long time. I've been doing this long enough that I'm forgetting which videos I've done. I think I do have a video about the Barrow Wights. And how long did Arwen live after Aragorn's death? Well, after he died, she went off. She went to Lothlorien, I think it was, and found that it had all been returned to nature, and she gave herself over. And she basically gave up her life at that point. So not long. Martin S. Why does Orodruin collapse when the One Ring is destroyed? It was obviously not created using the One Ring. It was exactly the other way around. No. Yes, so the One Ring was created using it. However, it wasn't that it collapsed so much as it sort of blew up. Is the sort of way. So the Ring of Power got thrown in there, and the power that was needed in order to destroy it. This is certainly the way I said. Tolkien doesn't give us chapter and verse on this. This is the way I've always understood it. The power that was needed in order to destroy it meant that the volcano had to basically erupt. I mean, it doesn't sound like it was a full eruption, but that combined with the fact that a massive tower next to it all was being destroyed at the exact same time meant that's why Frodo and Sam basically became stranded. And yep. So Colcasnark's saying, yes, there's a Barrow White video lurking somewhere. Absolutely. Land of Always Winter said, did it happen? So the lava flows with that's the movie thing, but the whole area they're destroying is a book thing. Okay, I think that is probably all for one day. So I will be back next week. I think next week we'll return to a Song of Ice and Fire video. Reminder, if you enjoy these, or not just these, but if you enjoy the videos on the main channel, all of the videos on the main channel are going as podcasts onto Spotify. So if you want to, if you find it easier to watch them there, you can watch them as well as listen to them there, or just listen to them, then do head over to Spotify. You can just search for Indie Geek and you will find me. There might be a link down there. I can't remember if I've done that yet. But next week we'll be back with a Song of Ice and Fire live stream. I've got, if you over on the main channel, I've just finished a couple of weeks ago. I finished a series on the War of the Ring, videos breaking down what happened all the way through the war that was happening in the background of the Lord of the Rings. I'm trying an experiment with this, so let me know what you think. I've seen other people do this, and I thought I'll give it a go. There were 9 videos in that series. I've stitched them together into one, and then I'm going to upload it on a Saturday, which I don't normally upload on a Saturday, so it's like a bonus video, putting them all together into one video. Let me know what you think. Hopefully that means it's got a runtime of nearly 2 hours, I think. So if you like that, let me know, and I can do more things like that. And I think all that's left to say after that is patrons, thank you. I always want to thank you because I genuinely can't do what I do without your support. I hugely appreciate you. Moderators, I've seen you've been doing a fantastic job again today, as you always do. If you are watching this back a little bit later, appearing somewhere around here is going to be a link to other live streams if you'd like to watch them. And appearing somewhere around here is a link to my Patreon page. Somewhere around here is going to be a link to In Deep Sleep. If you would rather watch these no adverts all the way through and with some crackling log fire or snow or rain or something like that just to help you sleep, then that is the channel for you. That's all for this time, though. I'll be back same time next week. Take care.